Hey guys, tonight, beneath the shadow of a distant mountain and the soft silver glow of a Mediterranean moon, a quiet lamp burns in a villa overlooking the Bay of Naples, where a patient scribe settles into another peaceful evening of work. Let us begin in the Roman town of Pompeii, sometime in the 1st century AD, long before the world would remember the name of Mount Vesuvius for reasons far less peaceful. For now, the mountain is simply part of the landscape, a familiar shape resting against the horizon, like an old neighbor who has always been there and never caused much trouble. The sea below reflects the fading light of sunset. Fishing boats drift towards shore. Seabirds wheel lazily overhead before seeking their own places to rest. The villa stands a short distance from the busy streets. It is neither the grandest estate in the region nor the humblest. Its walls are painted in warm shades of red and gold. A small fountain murmurs quietly in the central courtyard. Olive trees sway gently in the evening breeze. Inside, the day's heat lingers pleasantly in the stone walls. The villa belongs to a prosperous merchant whose business carries him across the Mediterranean. He trades wine, olive oil, and fine cloth. Much of his wealth depends not only on ships and warehouses, but on something surprisingly fragile: words, numbers, records, lists, letters. And that is why the scribe is here. His name is Lucius. He is not famous. No statues will be raised in his honor. No poet will sing of his achievements. Yet nearly every corner of the villa depends upon his careful work. Without him, accounts become confused. Deliveries go astray. Debts are forgotten. Agreements vanish into uncertainty. Lucius understands something that many people overlook. A memory may fade. A written record endures. This evening, as servants clear away the final dishes from supper, Lucius sits at a wooden table near an open window. The surface of the table bears countless tiny scratches from years of use. Running a hand across it reveals ridges and grooves polished smooth by generations of work. A small oil lamp flickers nearby. The flame dances gently whenever the sea breeze wanders through the room. The scent of olive oil mingles with beeswax, warm plaster, and faint traces of rosemary drifting from the kitchen. It is a comforting smell, the sort of smell that quietly announces that all is well. Before beginning his work, Lucius prepares his tools. The process itself is familiar enough to feel almost ceremonial. A bundle of papyrus scrolls rests beside him. Their pale surfaces wait patiently to receive fresh lines of ink. Nearby lies a small ceramic container holding black ink made from soot and gum. His reed pen, carefully trimmed and sharpened, sits atop a folded cloth. Lucius examines the pen's tip. A good pen, he believes, deserves more respect than many politicians. The pen rarely lies. The pen does not make speeches. The pen simply performs its duty. He smiles faintly at the thought. Across the courtyard, a servant closes wooden shutters one by one. Each produces a soft thump. Thump, thump. The sounds blend with the steady trickle of water from the fountain. A dog somewhere beyond the villa walls barks, once before apparently deciding that further barking would require unnecessary effort. The town gradually settles into evening. Yet Pompeii never becomes entirely silent. Even now, distant footsteps echo along stone streets. A cart rattles somewhere far away. Laughter drifts briefly from a tavern before fading into the night air. Lucius dips his pen into ink. The first task is a letter. A shipment of wine has arrived from Sicily. The merchant wishes to acknowledge its receipt and discuss future deliveries. Lucius carefully forms each letter with practiced precision. Roman writing requires patience. Each stroke must be clear. Each word must fit neatly within the available space. There is a rhythm to it: dip, Right. Pause. Dip again. The lamp casts a golden circle across the table. Outside that circle, shadows gather softly along the walls. As the letter grows, Lucius thinks about the strange journey of words. The merchant speaks. Lucius writes. A messenger travels. Another reader opens the scroll. A voice hundreds of miles away hears thoughts born in this very room. It feels almost magical. Not the sort of magic involving spells or gods or mysterious creatures. A quieter magic. The magic of human connection. The ability to place an idea onto a page and send it sailing across the sea. A breeze stirs the edge of the scroll. Lucius steadies it with one hand and continues writing. From the kitchen comes the aroma of freshly baked bread. Someone is preparing loaves for tomorrow. The scent fills the villa. Warm wheat. Yes, a hint of smoke from the oven. Even after years of working here, Lucius finds it impossible to ignore fresh bread. He suspects that if a philosopher wished to prove the existence of the gods, presenting warm bread might be more effective than delivering a lengthy lecture. The philosophers would likely object. The bakers would likely win. The letter is completed. Lucius sets it aside to dry. Next comes the account book. This task demands greater concentration. Numbers possess a peculiar personality. Words can be flexible. Numbers are stubborn. A single misplaced mark can create chaos. He unrolls a larger scroll and reviews recent transactions. Amphorae of wine sold, olive oil purchased, storage fees paid, dock workers compensated. The figures march across the page in orderly columns. Outside, the moon rises higher above the bay. Its pale light spills through the open window. The sea becomes a vast sheet of silver. Lucius pauses briefly to admire the view. Many evenings have passed in this room. Hundreds, perhaps thousands. Yet he never tires of watching the moonlight dance upon the water. The sight carries a calming permanence. Empires may rise. Merchants may prosper or fail. Ships may come and go. Still the moon continues its patient journey overhead. Still the sea reflects its light. Still the fountain murmurs in the courtyard. The account book slowly fills with fresh entries. The scratch of the reed pen becomes the room's dominant sound. Scratch. Pause. Scratch. A quiet music of administration. It is not the kind of music that inspires grand celebrations. No crowds gather to applaud accurate bookkeeping. Yet Lucius feels a certain satisfaction in creating order from complexity. The merchant's business resembles a tangled fishing net. The scribe's job is to patiently untangle every knot. At last, the accounts are finished. Lucius stretches his fingers. Writing for hours can leave the hand feeling stiff. He rolls his shoulders. The lamp flame flickers. Beyond the window, stars appear one by one across the darkening sky. A servant arrives carrying a small tray. On it rests a cup of watered wine and a few figs. Simple refreshments. Exactly what is needed. Lucius thanks the servant and takes a sip. The wine is cool. The figs are sweet. Their flavor carries traces of late summer sunshine. For a few moments, he simply enjoys the stillness. The villa seems to breathe around him. Stone walls releasing stored warmth. Wooden beams settling softly overhead. The fountain continuing its endless conversation with itself. Soon another task awaits. A more interesting one. The merchant has recently acquired several copied texts from scholars in Alexandria. These valuable documents require careful transcription. The originals are too precious to risk damage through frequent handling. Creating accurate copies will take many evenings, perhaps many weeks. Lucius reaches toward the first scroll. Its surface crackles faintly as he unrolls it. Ancient knowledge waits within. Philosophy, history, observations about the natural world, thoughts preserved across generations. The lamp burns steadily beside him as he begins reading the opening lines. And beyond the villa walls, the peaceful town of Pompeii settles deeper into the quiet rhythms of another ordinary night. The opening lines are written in a careful Greek hand, elegant and measured, the work of someone who clearly believed that beautiful ideas deserved beautiful letters. Lucius reads slowly, translating as he goes. He knows enough Greek to manage the task. Though there are moments when certain scholars seem determined to arrange their thoughts in the most complicated manner possible, it is as if simplicity were a dangerous enemy lurking around every corner. He suppresses a smile. A baker explains bread, a fisherman explains fish. A scholar, meanwhile, can spend 3 pages explaining why a stone is, in fact, a stone. Yet Lucius admires them all the same. The scroll before him contains observations about the stars, written by a thinker who spent countless nights gazing upward and recording the movements of distant lights. The author writes of constellations, planetary paths, and seasonal changes. Lucius copies each line carefully onto fresh papyrus. The process requires patience. One line, then another, then another. Outside, those same stars shine above Pompeii. The scholar who first wrote these words may have stood on a distant shore in Egypt. Now his observations travel through the hand of a Roman scribe in Italy. Across years and miles, minds connect without ever meeting. It is a remarkable thing. The night deepens. The sounds of the town grow fewer. Even the taverns seem quieter now. The occasional burst of laughter still drifts through the darkness, but it arrives softened by distance, as though wrapped in blankets of warm air. Lucius continues working. The lamp casts long shadows across the room. Its flame occasionally bends when a breeze slips through the open window, but it remains steady. The villa itself seems half asleep. Most of the household has retired for the evening. Servants rest in their quarters. The merchant's family has withdrawn to private rooms. Only a few scattered lights remain visible beyond the courtyard. A guard passes through the corridor carrying a lantern. His footsteps echo briefly on the stone floor before disappearing. The fountain continues its gentle song. Water trickles over smooth stone, a steady, peaceful sound. The sort of sound that becomes part of the silence rather than interrupting it. Lucius pauses to flex his fingers. His hand is beginning to tire. Writing may appear effortless from a distance, but after hours of careful copying, every joint becomes aware of its existence. He sets down the pen and walks into the courtyard. The night air feels pleasant against his skin. The heat of the day has faded, replaced by a cooler breeze from the sea. Above him, the sky stretches clear and dark. Thousands of stars glitter overhead. The moon hangs above the bay, illuminating rooftops, gardens, and distant roads. Pompeii rests peacefully beneath its light. The town is prosperous these days. Ships arrive daily. Markets bustle. Villas expand. New mosaics decorate wealthy homes. Fresh paint brightens walls. Merchants speak confidently about future profits. Builders discuss future projects. Everyone seems occupied with tomorrow. Lucius leans against a column and listens. Even at night, Pompeii possesses a subtle rhythm. Somewhere a horse shifts in its stable. A gate creaks. Leaves rustle in an olive tree. Far beyond the town, waves roll gently onto the shoreline. These small sounds weave together into a quiet tapestry of life. Nothing dramatic, nothing urgent. Simply people sleeping, animals resting, and the world continuing its patient routines. Eventually he returns to the writing room. The unfinished scroll awaits. He settles once more at the table. The wooden chair creaks softly beneath him. The familiar scent of ink and papyrus greets him again. Soon the scratching of the pen resumes. Hours pass. The copied text gradually lengthens. The stars wheel slowly overhead. The lamp consumes its oil little by little. Time seems to move differently during these quiet hours. Not quickly, not slowly, simply steadily. A measured flow, like water in the courtyard fountain, like waves along the shore, like the progress of the pen across the page. Near midnight, Lucius reaches the end of the section he intended to complete. He carefully sands the fresh ink to help it dry. Then he rolls the completed pages and ties them with cord. A satisfying piece of work. Tomorrow he will continue. The scholar's thoughts will travel a little farther. Knowledge will be preserved a little longer. The merchant will be pleased. And perhaps, many years from now, another reader will benefit from words copied by a scribe whose name they will never know. The thought does not trouble him. Not every contribution requires recognition. Sometimes it is enough simply to leave the world slightly more organized than one found it. The lamp burns low. Lucius begins tidying his workspace. Unused scrolls are returned to their shelf. The ink container is sealed. Pens are wrapped carefully in cloth. Everything has its proper place. A habit formed through years of practice. A messy writing table, he often says, produces messy thoughts. This belief is not universally accepted. In fact, one visiting poet once claimed that creative genius flourishes best among complete disorder. The poet's writing table looked as though it had been attacked by a flock of very determined geese. Lucius remains unconvinced. As he arranges the final scroll, his attention drifts toward a wooden cabinet standing against the wall. Inside are records stretching back many years. Letters, contracts, inventories, receipts, agreements, lists of goods, lists of workers, lists of lists in some cases. The merchant keeps everything. Lucius sometimes imagines future generations opening these cabinets and attempting to understand the lives hidden within the documents. They would discover shipments of olive oil, purchases of lamps, repairs to roofs, orders for furniture. Everyday details, nothing grand. Yet perhaps those ordinary details reveal the most about a civilization. Great generals appear in history books. Emperors fill monuments, but daily life belongs to everyone. The baker rising before dawn, the sailor preparing ropes, the servant sweeping floors, the merchant checking accounts, the scribe recording it all. These are the threads from which history is woven. A sudden faint tremor passes beneath the floor, so slight that the oil in the lamp barely ripples. Lucius pauses, then shrugs. Such things are not unusual here. The region experiences occasional earth tremors. Most residents hardly notice them anymore. The mountain has always been there. The ground occasionally grumbles. Life continues. Indeed, within moments, Lucius has returned to arranging scrolls. Outside, the olive leaves rustle. The fountain murmurs. The moonlight glows upon the courtyard stones. The peaceful atmosphere remains unchanged. When everything is finally in order, he extinguishes the lamp. Darkness settles gently across the room. Only moonlight remains, silver and soft. He steps into the corridor and begins walking toward his chamber. The stone beneath his sandals feels cool. The villa is quiet now. Almost everyone sleeps. As he passes through the courtyard one final time, he glances toward the silhouette of Mount Vesuvius. The mountain stands dark against the stars, silent, motionless, ancient. It appears no different than it did yesterday, no different than it did the week before, no different than it has for years. Lucius gives it little thought. His attention is already turning toward tomorrow's tasks. There are more letters to compose, more accounts to verify, more scrolls to copy. The endless, satisfying work of preserving words. And so, another ordinary night concludes within the villa. While beyond its walls the sleeping town rests beneath moonlit skies, unaware that time itself is quietly preparing to preserve this place in a way no scribe, no merchant, and no scholar could possibly imagine. The following morning arrives gently. Sunlight spills across the tiled roofs of Pompeii. The first warmth of day spreads over courtyards, gardens, workshops, and market stalls. Bakers are already awake. Their ovens glow with orange firelight, and the comforting scent of fresh bread drifts through the streets long before many citizens open their eyes. Lucius rises with the sun. His chamber is modest but comfortable. A small window admits the cool morning air from the bay. The sounds of the villa gradually awaken around him. Servants move through corridors. Water splashes into basins. Somewhere nearby, a cook is already grinding herbs. The day begins much as every other day has begun, and that is precisely what makes it so beautiful. Most lives are not built from dramatic moments. Most lives are built from mornings, from familiar routines, from cups filled, doors open, tasks completed, conversations exchanged. Lucius washes, dresses, and makes his way into the courtyard. The fountain sparkles in the sunlight. Birds perch along the edge of the basin, drinking quickly before fluttering away. Olive trees cast soft shadows across the stone pavement. Breakfast is simple. Bread still warm from the oven, a little cheese, fresh figs, water mixed with a small amount of wine. The meal is eaten slowly. There is no hurry. The merchant has not yet emerged from his private rooms. Several servants speak quietly among themselves while beginning the day's duties. One discusses a delivery expected from the harbor. Another complains good-naturedly about a stubborn mule. A third insists that the mule is perfectly reasonable and that the true problem lies with people. The mule, unfortunately, is not present to offer its perspective. Lucius suspects the truth may lie somewhere in the middle. After breakfast, he returns to his writing room. Sunlight now pours through the window, where moonlight had rested only hours before. Dust motes drift lazily through the bright air. The familiar scent of papyrus and ink greets him once again. Soon the merchant arrives, carrying a collection of documents. More work. Always more work. Lucius would not have it any other way. The morning passes peacefully. Letters are reviewed. Accounts are updated. Instructions are recorded for upcoming shipments. The scratch of the pen resumes its familiar rhythm. Outside, Pompeii bustles with life. Merchants open shops. Customers browse displays. Children chase one another through narrow streets. Blacksmiths hammer glowing metal. Potters shape wet clay. Laundry flutters from balconies. The town thrives. Its people are occupied with ordinary concerns. A shipment delay, a roof needing repair, a wedding being planned, a business expanding, a garden requiring attention. Life unfolds through countless small stories happening all at once. As midday approaches, the villa grows warmer. The scent of sun-heated stone fills the courtyard. Cicadas begin their steady chorus among the trees. Lucius pauses occasionally to stretch and gaze through the window toward the distant bay. Ships move across sparkling water. White sails catch the sunlight. Everything appears peaceful. Everything appears normal. And yet, if one listens carefully, subtle signs are present. The birds seem restless. A few dogs bark unexpectedly. There are occasional faint tremors beneath the ground. Nothing alarming. Nothing dramatic. Just enough to make a person glance up for a moment before returning to their work. The residents of Pompeii have felt such tremors before. Years earlier, a significant earthquake had damaged parts of the town. Repairs continued even now in some places. Cracked walls had been rebuilt. temples restored, businesses reopen, people adapt remarkably well. Given enough time, even unusual events become familiar. The earth rumbles, the walls shake slightly. Then life continues. And so Lucius keeps writing. The merchant keeps trading. The bakers keep baking. The fishermen keep fishing. The town keeps living. Hours pass. The sun climbs higher. The heat settles across the landscape. By early afternoon, an unusual stillness seems to descend. The air feels heavier. The sea breeze weakens. Even the birds appear quiet. Lucius notices it only vaguely. His attention remains focused on a contract spread before him. Carefully, he records details of a business agreement involving wine shipments and warehouse space. Names, dates, quantities, numbers arranged in neat columns. Outside, a servant crosses the courtyard carrying linens. A gardener trims branches near the fountain. Life proceeds exactly as expected. Then comes a sound, not loud, not at first. A distant rumble, deep, low, almost like thunder. Lucius pauses. The pen hovers above the page. For a moment, the room seems strangely still. Then another rumble follows, longer this time, stronger. The merchant appears in the doorway. Both men exchange uncertain glances. The sound seems to come from the direction of the mountain, Mount Vesuvius. Again the ground trembles. Not violently, but noticeably. Dust drifts from a beam overhead. Outside, voices begin rising in confusion. Lucius stands and walks toward the courtyard. Others are already looking upward. The sky remains bright. The sun still shines. Yet above the mountain, something extraordinary is happening. A great cloud rises into the air. Dark, towering, growing higher and higher. It spreads like the crown of a giant pine tree, branching outward across the sky. No one fully understands what they are seeing. Some stare, some point, some laugh nervously, some begin gathering possessions. The mountain that had always been part of the landscape is suddenly changing. The familiar neighbor is speaking in a voice no one has heard before. Hours that follow will become part of history. Yet in this moment, uncertainty reigns. Questions outnumber answers. What is happening? Will it pass? Should people leave? Should they stay? No one knows. Lucius returns briefly to the writing room. The contract remains on the table. The ink has not yet dried. The lamp from the previous night still sits nearby. The room appears exactly as it did before. Orderly, peaceful, familiar. For a brief moment, he simply looks around, at the shelves, at the scrolls, at the records preserved so carefully over the years. Thousands upon thousands of words, lives recorded, transactions documented, thoughts preserved, history captured line by line, the work of countless days, countless evenings, countless quiet hours. Outside, voices grow louder. The mountain continues to roar. Ash begins drifting from the sky. Fine gray particles settle upon rooftops and gardens. The first pieces are light enough to resemble snow, beautiful in a strange and unsettling way. Lucius gathers several important scrolls. Instinctively, perhaps hoping to save them, perhaps simply unwilling to leave them behind. But events are moving faster now. The world is changing. And like everyone else in Pompeii, he must decide what to do next. History cannot tell us exactly what became of this particular scribe. His name may never have been recorded. His fate may never be known. Yet the town itself would be preserved beneath volcanic ash. Buildings, streets, homes, gardens, loaves of bread left in ovens, tools left upon workbenches, paintings upon walls, fragments of everyday life, the ordinary details that history so often loses. Nearly 2,000 years later, archaeologists would uncover those silent streets once again. They would walk through houses where families lived. They would examine records, inscriptions, and objects left behind. They would discover not only how Romans ruled or traded or fought, but how they ate, worked, joked, decorated their homes, and spent quiet evenings beneath lamplight. And somewhere among those countless lost lives, one can imagine Lucius, the patient scribe, the keeper of records, the man who understood the value of preserving ordinary moments. His own life became one of those moments, a small thread woven into the vast tapestry of history. And perhaps that is fitting, because history is not merely the story of emperors and armies. It is also the story of bakers and gardeners, of merchants and sailors, of servants and craftsmen, of scribes sitting beside open windows while moonlight glimmers on distant water. The lamp burns. The pen scratches softly across papyrus. The fountain murmurs in the courtyard. The sea breeze drifts through the villa. And for one peaceful evening in ancient Pompeii, before history turned its page, a quiet man devoted himself to the simple task of preserving words. The town has long since fallen silent. The villa rests beneath centuries of memory, yet the human lives that filled those rooms remain remarkably close, waiting patiently whenever someone pauses to imagine the warmth of the stone walls, the scent of fresh bread, the glow of lamplight, and the gentle scratch of a scribe's pen beneath the stars. Moving on to the illuminator of St. Jude's Library, in a quiet corner of a medieval town where narrow lanes curved gently between timber-framed houses, and the evening bells lingered softly in the air. A patient illuminator settles into his work beneath the warm glow of candlelight in the library of St. Jude. The library stood beside the monastery like an old friend who had learned the art of keeping secrets. Its stone walls held the day's warmth long after sunset, and its small leaded windows reflected the last traces of amber light from the western sky. By the time most of the town had finished supper, bolted their doors, and retired beneath wool blankets, a single room near the library's eastern wall remained quietly awake. There, at a broad oak desk polished smooth by generations of careful hands, sat Brother Matthew. He was not famous. No king knew his name. No grand cathedral carried a statue in his honor. Yet for nearly 20 years, Brother Matthew had spent his days creating some of the most beautiful pages in the region. His task was illumination. Not illumination in the modern sense of electric lamps and glowing streets, of course. His illumination came from pigments, gold leaf, and patience. An extraordinary amount of patience. In fact, if patience could be stored in barrels, Brother Matthew might have supplied half the kingdom. A fresh manuscript rested before him now. Several completed pages lay drying nearby, their decorated borders shimmering faintly whenever the candlelight shifted. Tiny painted flowers climbed along the margins. Delicate vines curled around elegant letters. Small birds perched among leaves no larger than a thumbnail. The room smelled pleasantly of parchment, beeswax, and drying paint. It was not an unpleasant smell at all. Rather, it carried the comforting scent of work well understood. Nearby, a small iron stove radiated gentle warmth. Every so often, a piece of wood settled inside with a soft crackle. The sound blended naturally with the distant murmur of wind beyond the walls. Brother Matthew dipped a fine brush into a tiny shell filled with blue pigment. The blue was precious, very precious. The color came from lapis lazuli, a stone that had traveled farther than most people ever would. Long caravans had carried it across deserts and mountains. Merchants had loaded it onto ships and wagons. Countless hands had exchanged it before a fragment finally arrived here, in this modest library beside a sleepy town. Brother Matthew always found that thought amusing. An adventurous stone, he sometimes called it. He carefully painted a single curved leaf, then another, then another. The brush moved with such precision that it seemed less like painting and more like guiding the color exactly where it wished to go. Around him, the library slept. Hundreds of books rested quietly on wooden shelves. Some contained sermons, others preserved histories, a few held maps. Several were so old that nobody knew precisely who had copied them. Together, they formed a silent gathering of voices from many centuries. At night, when the library was especially still, Brother Matthew occasionally imagined the books conversing with one another. The history books, naturally, talked far too much. The theological texts enjoyed long debates. The herbals probably argued about roots and flowers, and the account ledgers complained about everyone, particularly merchants. He smiled softly at the thought. The smile remained for only a moment before he returned to his work. Outside, the town gradually settled into deeper quiet. The baker's ovens had cooled. The blacksmith's forge had long since gone dark. The market square, lively during daylight hours, now rested beneath moonlight and drifting clouds. Only a few windows still glowed. Perhaps a mother comforting a restless child. Perhaps an elderly couple sharing tea before bed. Perhaps another craftsman finishing a task by candlelight. Every life moved according to its own gentle rhythm. Brother Matthew understood this better than most. His own days followed a pattern that rarely changed. He rose before dawn. He attended prayers. He ate simple meals. He worked steadily. Then he worked some more. Illumination was not hurried work. A single decorated page could require several days. Some manuscripts took years. Yet strangely, he never found the pace frustrating. There was comfort in knowing exactly what needed to be done each day. One leaf, one letter, one page. Small progress accumulated quietly, much like snow gathering on a winter field, or bread dough slowly rising beside a hearth. He reached for a burnishing stone resting near the edge of the desk. On the page before him, a small section of gold leaf had already been applied. Now came the satisfying part. With careful movements, he polished the delicate gold until it gleamed. The transformation was remarkable. A dull surface suddenly caught the candlelight and reflected it in warm flashes. The page seemed to awaken. Gold possessed a peculiar magic, not because it was expensive, although it certainly was. Rather, because even a tiny amount could make an ordinary page feel touched by sunlight. Brother Matthew tilted the manuscript slightly. The gold shimmered. Very nice. He nodded approvingly. One learned to celebrate small victories in this profession. A perfectly painted leaf, a clean line of script, a successful piece of gilding. These were excellent reasons for satisfaction. Much better reasons, in his opinion, than winning arguments. Winning arguments usually created additional arguments. Painted leaves rarely did. The candle beside him flickered gently. He paused to stretch his fingers. Years of work had given his hands remarkable steadiness, but even steady hands appreciated occasional rest. As he relaxed, his attention drifted toward the window. Beyond the glass, the moon hung above the monastery garden. Silver light rested upon rows of herbs, lavender, sage, rosemary. Their fragrances would be strongest during the day, yet even now the garden possessed a quiet presence. The monks tended it carefully. Medicines came from those beds, tea leaves, cooking herbs, simple remedies. The garden served the community in ways both visible and unseen, much like the library itself. Most townspeople never entered these rooms. Many could not read. Yet the books remained important. Knowledge waited patiently upon the shelves, preserved for future generations. Brother Matthew often thought of his work in those terms. He was not simply decorating pages. He was helping carry voices forward through time. A scholar long gone might still teach. A storyteller might still entertain. A physician might still share wisdom. The manuscript became a bridge, and each illuminated letter strengthened that bridge a little more. The thought filled him with quiet contentment. Not pride, something gentler than pride. The satisfaction of contributing a small piece to something larger. The stove crackled again. A pleasant wave of warmth drifted across the room. Brother Matthew rose and crossed the stone floor. His footsteps echoed softly among the shelves. He added another log to the fire. Immediately, sparks danced upward inside the iron chamber. Orange light flickered across nearby books. The room felt especially cozy now, the kind of warmth that encouraged lingering conversations and second cups of tea. Unfortunately, the manuscripts seldom contributed much to conversation, though several looked as if they had strong opinions. Returning to his desk, Brother Matthew poured a little fresh water into a ceramic cup used for mixing pigments. The water reflected the candlelight like liquid gold. Outside, a faint breeze brushed against the library walls. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called once. Then silence returned. The manuscript awaited him. The unfinished border curled patiently around the page, ready for more color. Brother Matthew picked up his brush once again. The evening was still young by his standards. There remained leaves to paint, gold to polish, and stories to preserve beneath the steady glow of candlelight within the peaceful library of St. Jude. Brother Matthew lowered the brush into the shell of green pigment and resumed his work as naturally as a stream continuing around a familiar bend. The hours after sunset were often his favorite. During the day, visitors occasionally passed through the library. Monks searched for references. Scholars copied passages. Messengers arrived carrying letters or newly acquired books. But at night, the building belonged to quiet thoughts. The page before him slowly filled with life. A curling vine extended along the lower margin. Tiny leaves unfurled from its stem. Between them appeared clusters of berries no larger than grains of wheat. The details were so small that many readers might never consciously notice them. Yet Brother Matthew painted them anyway. He liked the idea that beauty could exist simply because it pleased the maker. Not every flower required an audience. Not every song required applause. And not every painted berry needed admiration. Though, admittedly, if someone admired the berries, he would not object. The candles burned steadily. Their soft light pooled across the desk and faded gently into the shadows between shelves. The library seemed larger at night. The rows of books stretched into darkness, their bindings forming quiet walls of leather and wood. A draught slipped beneath the door. It carried with it the faint smell of rain. Brother Matthew paused. He lifted his head slightly. Yes, rain was coming. Not a storm. Nothing dramatic. Just the slow, steady sort of rainfall that arrived without urgency and lingered for hours. The kind farmers appreciated. The kind bakers enjoyed listening to while kneading dough. The kind librarians welcomed because it encouraged everyone to remain indoors with books. A few minutes later, the first drops tapped softly against the window. Tiny sounds, barely noticeable. Soon they multiplied. A gentle rhythm formed. Rain touched the roof. Rain touched the garden. Rain touched the empty streets of the sleeping town. The sound blended beautifully with the crackling stove. Together they created a kind of natural music. Brother Matthew had always believed that libraries possessed their own weather. Outside, clouds and wind did as they pleased. Inside, there were turning pages, scratching quills, crackling fires, and the occasional sneeze caused by ancient dust, a quieter climate altogether. He smiled at the thought and reached for another manuscript resting nearby. This volume had arrived only a week earlier from a monastery several days' journey away. The leather cover showed signs of age. Its corners were worn smooth. Several pages required repair. Brother Matthew opened it carefully. The scent that rose from the book was unmistakable. Old parchment, old ink, old wood. The fragrance of centuries. Every old manuscript carried its own character. Some smelled faintly of smoke from long, forgotten fireplaces. Others carried traces of herbs stored nearby. A few possessed mysterious scents that nobody could identify. One manuscript had smelled distinctly of apples for nearly 30 years. Nobody ever solved that mystery. The apple manuscript remained stubbornly secretive. Brother Matthew suspected it enjoyed the attention. He examined the damaged page. A tear ran along the edge. Nothing severe. A careful repair would restore it completely. He gathered several tools from a wooden box, bone folders, fine knives, small brushes, lengths of thread, tiny scraps of parchment reserved for restoration. Each tool occupied its own designated place. Brother Matthew appreciated order, not excessive order. He was not the sort of man who measured crumbs, but enough order to ensure that important things remained where they belonged. A lost brush could waste half an hour. A misplaced gold leaf could disappear forever. And gold leaf had an astonishing talent for escaping. It floated. It drifted. It attached itself to sleeves, books, desks, and occasionally noses. Brother Matthew once spent an entire morning searching for a missing fragment, only to discover it attached to his own elbow. The gold had seemed quite pleased with itself. Outside, the rain continued. The library grew warmer. The fire glowed brightly behind its iron door. Shadows danced softly across the ceiling beams. Brother Matthew repaired the page with practiced movements. There was something deeply satisfying about preserving damaged things. A torn page could be mended. A loose binding could be strengthened. A faded illustration could often be restored. The work required patience, but patience was rarely in short supply here. Time moved differently inside libraries. Hours flowed quietly. Days accumulated gently. Years passed almost unnoticed. A young apprentice entered as a boy and emerged years later with gray in his beard, wondering where exactly the decades had gone. The books, meanwhile, remained remarkably composed about the whole matter. Brother Matthew glanced toward a shelf near the far wall. There rested a manuscript he himself had illuminated 20 years earlier. 20 years. The realization always surprised him. The colors remained bright. The gold still shimmered. The pages looked almost exactly as they had when he first completed them. It was a peculiar feeling. Most work disappeared quickly. Bread was eaten. Candles burned down. Firewood turned to ash. But books endured. A careful page might outlive generations, perhaps centuries, perhaps longer. A future reader might one day open that manuscript and wonder about the anonymous hand that painted its borders. They would never know Brother Matthew personally. They would not hear his voice. They would not know his favorite tea. They would never learn that he disliked overly squeaky doors. Yet a small part of him would still remain upon those pages. The thought felt strangely comforting. The rain deepened outside. Now it drummed softly upon the roof in steady waves. The sound seemed to wrap itself around the library. The building felt protected, sheltered, safe. Brother Matthew returned to his illumination. A large, decorative letter awaited completion. The letter began a chapter describing the life of a saint. He carefully outlined its shape in dark ink. Within the curves, He painted small scenes. Tiny figures walked through tiny landscapes. Miniature trees rose beside miniature roads. Each detail required extraordinary concentration. At this scale, even breathing too suddenly could alter a line. The work encouraged calmness. Slow movements, steady hands, measured breaths. Perhaps that explained why illuminators often appeared peaceful. One could hardly paint tiny birds while hurrying. The birds objected, at least metaphorically. The chapter progressed. The page grew richer. The gold reflected warm flashes of candlelight. Hours slipped quietly past. Somewhere beyond the monastery walls, the town slept beneath the rain. The baker dreamed. The blacksmith rested tired muscles. The merchants lay beneath heavy blankets. The children who had spent the day racing through muddy lanes now slept soundly. Meanwhile, within St. Jude's library, a single candle remained awake. Then another, and another. Brother Matthew often worked through much of the night when inspiration arrived, not because anyone demanded it. The monastery imposed no such burden, rather because certain evenings seemed especially suited for creation. This was one of them. The rain, the warmth, the silence, the comforting presence of books. Everything felt perfectly arranged, as though the night itself had unfolded a page and invited him to write upon it. He reached for a fresh sheet of parchment. The surface felt smooth beneath his fingertips. Years of preparation had transformed animal skin into a page worthy of preserving ideas. An extraordinary journey, really. Most people would never consider how much effort lay hidden within a single book. The parchment maker, the scribe, the binder, the illuminator. Countless skilled hands contributing to one object. Brother Matthew respected every part of that process. No page existed alone. No book emerged from a single person. Each volume represented a quiet collaboration across months and years. The rain began to soften, its rhythm slowed. Individual drops became easier to hear. A gentle dripping echoed from somewhere outside. Water slid from roof edges into stone channels below. The town would smell fresh tomorrow. Clean earth, wet wood, garden soil. The scent of a world newly washed. Brother Matthew imagined the morning already, yet the night still held many peaceful hours. The manuscript before him was gradually approaching completion, and as he added another careful stroke of color to the illuminated border, a new thought drifted into his mind, one connected not to the page itself, but to a locked cabinet hidden in a quiet corner of the library, where a recently arrived manuscript rested unopened, wrapped in protective cloth, waiting for its first careful examination. The thought lingered pleasantly in Brother Matthew's mind as he set down his brush and glanced toward the far corner of the library. There, half hidden behind a shelf of reference volumes and protected by a stout oak cabinet, rested the manuscript that had arrived earlier that week. It had traveled from a monastery many miles away. The messenger who delivered it knew very little about its contents. He had simply carried the package through muddy roads, accepted a warm meal, and happily continued on his way. Such was often the fate of messengers. They transported treasures without ever seeing them. Brother Matthew rose from his chair. The floorboards creaked softly beneath his feet. The library felt especially still now. The rain had almost stopped. Only an occasional drop tapped against the window. The candles glowed steadily. The stove radiated its comforting warmth. Everything seemed wrapped in a deep and peaceful quiet. He crossed the room and unlocked the cabinet. Inside rested several valuable volumes awaiting repair, cataloging, or decoration. Among them sat the newly arrived manuscript. It was wrapped carefully in linen cloth and tied with a simple cord. Brother Matthew lifted it with both hands. The package felt heavier than expected. Not enormously heavy, just substantial enough to suggest thick parchment and sturdy binding. Returning to his desk, he placed the manuscript beneath the candlelight and untied the cord. The linen unfolded slowly. A dark leather cover emerged. Its surface was worn smooth by age. The corners showed gentle signs of use. A faint pattern remained visible where decorative tooling had once been sharper. Brother Matthew ran a finger lightly across the cover. Thousands of hands had likely touched this book. Monks, readers, students, librarians, perhaps travelers, perhaps scholars, perhaps ordinary people who simply loved stories. Books carried fingerprints long after the fingerprints themselves disappeared. He opened the cover. The hinges creaked quietly, not unpleasantly, rather like an elderly gentleman clearing his throat before speaking. The first page revealed elegant script, beautiful work, steady lines, confident lettering. The handwriting belonged to a skilled scribe. Brother Matthew turned another page, then another. His expression softened. The manuscript was remarkable, not because it contained royal decrees or famous battles, not because it recorded great victories or dramatic events. In fact, its contents were far simpler. It was a collection of observations, notes, descriptions, small records of everyday life. One page described village festivals. Another discussed local farming customs. Several recorded seasonal recipes. Others detailed weather patterns observed over many years. The author had carefully documented ordinary moments. The sort of moments that most people never think to preserve. Brother Matthew felt an immediate affection for the book. Many historians preferred kings. Many chroniclers preferred wars. But here was someone who had taken the time to describe bread ovens, garden fences, market stalls, winter soup, children playing beside streams, the simple fabric of daily life, the very things that formed the true texture of an age. He settled into his chair and continued reading. The pages unfolded like quiet conversations. One passage described a baker who rose before dawn every day for 40 years. Another recorded the arrival of migrating birds each spring. One charming entry devoted nearly an entire page to the habits of a particularly stubborn monastery cat. The cat apparently believed all chairs belonged exclusively to him. Brother Matthew found this entirely believable. Cats rarely allowed facts to interfere with ownership claims. A gentle smile touched his face. The library seemed warmer than ever. The candles burned lower now. Their flames danced softly within small pools of melted wax. Outside, clouds gradually drifted apart. Moonlight returned. Silver light slipped through the windows and settled across the floor. The room glowed with two kinds of illumination, the warm gold of candlelight and the cool silver of the moon. Together they created a peaceful harmony. Brother Matthew continued turning pages. The manuscript felt alive, not in any magical sense. Nothing mysterious or enchanted. Rather, alive because it preserved real people, real voices, real experiences. A woman teaching her daughter to weave. A gardener protecting herbs from early frost. A carpenter repairing a neighbor's roof after a storm. Tiny moments. Small kindnesses, simple routines, the things that often vanish first when history is remembered. Yet here they remained, carefully recorded, patiently preserved, waiting for someone to notice. Brother Matthew understood the importance of that. History was not only castles and crowns. It was also steaming bowls of soup on cold evenings. It was worn worktables polished by years of use. It was the smell of fresh bread drifting through narrow streets. It was laughter shared during ordinary days. The manuscript honored those details. And because it honored them, It honored the people themselves. Hours passed almost unnoticed. The moon climbed higher. The fire settled into glowing embers. The town remained asleep. At last, Brother Matthew closed the book gently. The leather cover rested beneath his hands. A deep sense of contentment filled him. He knew exactly what needed to be done. The manuscript deserved preservation. It deserved careful repair where needed. It deserved beautiful illumination, not excessive decoration, not grand displays, just enough beauty to match the care with which its observations had been gathered. He would work on it in the weeks ahead, perhaps months, page by page, letter by letter, patiently, the same way all worthwhile things were accomplished. Brother Matthew stood and carried the volume back toward the cabinet. The library seemed almost dreamlike now. The remaining candles cast long shadows across the shelves. Rows of books stretched into darkness. The familiar scent of parchment, beeswax, and wood lingered in the air. The room felt timeless, a place existing slightly apart from the rush of the world. He returned the manuscript to its place and locked the cabinet. Tomorrow would come soon enough. There would be prayers at dawn, breakfast in the refectory, tasks to complete, pages to illuminate, books to repair. The ordinary rhythm of life would continue, and that was precisely what made it beautiful. Not every day required adventure. Not every life required fame. There was dignity in careful work. There was meaning in preserving knowledge. There was quiet joy in contributing one small piece to a larger story. Brother Matthew returned to his desk for a final look at the page he had illuminated that evening. The gold leaf caught the candlelight one last time. The painted leaves curled gracefully along the border. The colors glowed softly. Satisfied, he cleaned his brushes, covered his pigments, and arranged each tool neatly in its proper place. The familiar routine felt comforting, a gentle conclusion to a peaceful night. Finally, he extinguished the candles one by one. Each flame vanished with a faint whisper. The library gradually surrendered itself to darkness. Only moonlight remained, cool and gentle. The shelves stood quietly beneath its glow. The books rested. The fire settled into silence. And somewhere within those stone walls, thousands of voices slept patiently upon their pages, waiting for future readers, future scholars, and future dreamers to discover them. Brother Matthew paused at the doorway and looked back once more. Then he smiled. A small, contented smile, the kind earned through honest work and peaceful evenings. Closing the door softly behind him, he disappeared into the quiet monastery corridor, leaving St. Jude's library wrapped in moonlight, warmth, and memory, where the stories of countless ordinary lives continued their patient journey through time, preserved by careful hands, illuminated by gentle hearts, and carried forward into another tranquil night. And with the library resting peacefully beneath the watch of the moon, the town sleeping soundly beyond its walls, and the pages of history safely tucked upon their shelves, the night settles at last into stillness, calm and unhurried, as the centuries drift softly onward like turning pages in a book that never truly ends. Moving on to the tea master of Kyoto's rain garden, a gentle spring rain falls across the tiled rooftops of old Kyoto, where lantern light glows softly through paper screens and a humble tea. Master prepares for an evening gathering in a hidden garden, washed clean by the rain. The city is settling into its quieter hours. Along narrow stone lanes, the last footsteps of merchants fade into the distance. Wooden shop shutters are drawn closed one by one. A noodle seller stacks his bowls, stretches his back with a satisfied sigh, and finally heads home, carrying the comforting smell of broth in his clothes. Somewhere beyond the rooftops, a temple bell sounds a deep, lingering note that drifts through the damp evening air. The rain answers with its own gentle rhythm. Not a storm, not even a heavy shower, just the soft, patient rain that Kyoto knows so well. It taps lightly against roof tiles. It gathers on bamboo leaves. It slips quietly from stone lanterns and trickles through narrow channels beside the streets. The entire city seems to breathe more slowly beneath it. Tucked away behind a modest wooden gate stands a small tea house. It is not grand. Visitors seeking luxury would likely walk straight past it without a second glance. Its walls are simple. Its garden is modest. Its entrance is so understated that newcomers sometimes wonder if they have found the correct place at all. Yet those who know Kyoto well understand that the city often hides its greatest treasures behind the plainest doors. Inside the garden, beneath the shelter of a cedar roof, an elderly tea master named Haru kneels beside a stone basin. He listens to the rain, not because he has forgotten his work. Quite the opposite. Listening is part of the work. Tea, after all, begins long before water touches leaves. Haru believes that every gathering should begin by understanding the mood of the day. And tonight, the mood is rain. Gentle rain, patient rain, the kind of rain that encourages quiet conversation and warm cups held between grateful hands. A faint smile touches his face. The rain seems particularly talented this evening. Some nights it whispers. Some nights it chatters. Tonight it appears determined to perform an entire orchestra. Tiny drops strike broad maple leaves with soft percussion. Water drips from roof edges in steady rhythms. Bamboo stems knock together occasionally with delicate wooden clicks. The garden is full of music, no tickets required, no musicians visible. A remarkably affordable concert. Haru rises carefully. Age has made his knees slightly less enthusiastic about standing than they once were. His knees have become excellent historians. They remember every year, every season. Every time he foolishly believed he could carry something heavier than he should. They rarely let him forget. He brushes a few drops of moisture from his sleeves and follows a narrow stone path through the garden. The stones are dark from rain. Moss glows deep green between them. A small lantern casts a warm amber light across the wet surfaces, creating reflections that shimmer softly whenever a breeze passes. The air smells wonderfully alive, wet earth, fresh cedar, damp moss, a trace of charcoal from the tea room hearth. The fragrance is subtle but rich, layered like a carefully composed piece of music. The garden itself is not large. A visitor could walk across it in less than a minute. Yet it feels larger somehow. Every stone has been thoughtfully placed. Every shrub carefully shaped. Every view intentionally framed. The winding path never reveals everything at once. Instead, each step presents a slightly different perspective. A stone lantern appears between leaves. A patch of moss catches the light. A small stream emerges from behind a cluster of ferns. The garden rewards slow movement. Fortunately, slow movement becomes increasingly natural with age. Haru reaches the tea house entrance. The structure is built almost entirely of wood, bamboo, and paper. Its proportions are modest. Its beauty rests not in decoration but in balance. Nothing is excessive. Nothing competes for attention. The room seems to welcome stillness. Inside, the tatami mats release their familiar scent, fresh straw, clean and earthy, comforting. Many visitors notice the aroma immediately upon entering. Some say it reminds them of childhood. Others cannot explain why it feels familiar. Perhaps certain scents simply speak a language older than memory. Near the hearth, a cast iron kettle hangs above glowing charcoal. The water has not yet reached a boil. For now, it murmurs quietly to itself. A few tiny bubbles rise from the bottom and disappear. Soon the kettle will begin producing the soft sound tea masters often compare to wind moving through pine trees. Haru has always liked that comparison, though he privately suspects that whoever first invented it had never actually listened very closely to pine trees. Still, it is a beautiful image. He kneels beside a wooden shelf and begins arranging his utensils. Each movement is deliberate. A tea bowl, a bamboo whisk, a tea scoop, a silk cloth. Simple objects, ordinary objects, yet years of use have given each one a quiet personality. The tea bowl is slightly uneven. Its glaze contains tiny imperfections. A wealthy collector might overlook it. Haru treasures it. Perfect objects often feel distant. Imperfect objects feel human. The bowl's small irregularities fit comfortably in the hand. Its surface catches candlelight differently from every angle. The craftsman who created it many years ago left subtle traces of himself within the clay. A thumbprint hidden beneath glaze. A curve shaped by instinct rather than measurement. Evidence of a living hand. Haru places the bowl beside the kettle and pauses. Rain continues beyond the paper walls. The sound feels closer now, softer, more intimate. Like a conversation taking place just outside the room. The garden seems transformed by darkness. During daylight hours, visitors admire its colors. At night, they notice textures, the rough bark of a pine tree, the smooth surface of wet stone, the delicate outline of maple leaves moving against lantern light. The world becomes simpler after sunset, and often more beautiful. A faint breeze brushes against the paper screens. The flame inside the lantern flickers gently. Somewhere beyond the garden wall, distant footsteps pass along the lane. A traveler heading home. A neighbor carrying an umbrella. A late delivery perhaps. Then silence returns. Kyoto settles deeper into evening. Haru glances toward the entrance path. His guests will arrive soon, only a few tonight. A merchant, a calligrapher, a local physician. Nothing unusual, just ordinary people seeking a few peaceful hours together. That is often the true purpose of tea. Not ceremony, not prestige, not elaborate rules. Those things exist, certainly. But beneath them lies something simpler. A warm room, a shared moment, a chance to slow down, a chance to notice things often overlooked. The sound of rain, the warmth of a bowl, the fragrance of tea leaves opening in hot water, the comfort of quiet company. Haru adjusts a small flower arrangement placed within the alcove. Only a single branch and one white camellia. Nothing more. The bloom still carries a few droplets from the garden. They sparkle briefly in the lantern light. Satisfied, he settles beside the hearth. The kettle begins to sing a little more clearly now. Outside, the rain continues its patient performance across the garden stones. And as the evening deepens, the first shadow appears beyond the wooden gate, making its way slowly along the winding path toward the tea house. The figure beyond the gate pauses for a moment beneath a paper umbrella, allowing a few final drops of rain to slip from its edge before stepping onto the garden path. Haru watches quietly from inside the tea house. There is no hurry. A tea gathering begins long before the first cup is poured. The approach through the garden is part of the experience. Each guest leaves the busy world behind, one careful step at a time. The merchant, Mr. Takeda, moves slowly along the wet stones. His wooden sandals make soft, hollow sounds against the path. Rain-darkened moss glows beside him. Tiny droplets cling to maple leaves overhead, catching lantern light like scattered beads of glass. At the stone basin near the entrance, he stops. As custom dictates, he rinses his hands and mouth with cool water. The ritual is simple, practical even, yet Haru has always appreciated it. The world leaves dust upon a person, not only on shoes and sleeves, but also in the mind. A moment of washing helps set some of it aside. Soon another guest arrives, then another. The calligrapher bows, the physician bows, Haru bows. Everyone spends a pleasant amount of time politely encouraging everyone else to enter first. This is one of the oldest traditions in human history. Not tea, not hospitality, the gentle competition of insisting that someone else go ahead. Eventually they manage to enter the tea room without remaining in the doorway until sunrise. The guests settle onto the tatami mats. The room feels wonderfully warm after the cool dampness outside. A faint fragrance of cedar drifts through the air. The charcoal glows softly within the hearth. The kettle sings its quiet song. No one speaks immediately, and no one finds this strange. Modern people often become suspicious of silence. They treat it like an awkward visitor who arrived uninvited. But in the tea house, silence is welcome. Silence has excellent manners. It sits politely and never interrupts. For a time, everyone simply listens. The rain, the kettle, the occasional rustle of leaves beyond the paper screens. The physician finally smiles. It sounds as though the garden is making tea as well. Haru chuckles softly. If so, I hope it remembered to heat the water. A few quiet laughs ripple through the room. The conversation settles again, comfortably. Like a blanket being adjusted on a cool evening, Haru reaches for the tea caddy. Its lacquered surface gleams faintly in the lantern light. Every movement is deliberate but unforced. Years of practice have made the motions feel natural. Nothing appears hurried. Nothing appears theatrical. The preparation unfolds with calm certainty. The bamboo scoop lifts bright green matcha into the bowl. The powder settles like soft emerald dust. The color is remarkable. Even after all these years, Haru never tires of seeing it. Outside, rain paints the garden in shades of silver and black. Inside, the tea introduces a sudden note of living green. The kettle water is ready. Steam rises gently into the room. Warmth spreads through the air. The fragrance changes. Fresh tea begins to mingle with cedar, charcoal, and rain. The combination feels uniquely Kyoto. Haru pours the water. The powder swirls. The bamboo whisk moves quickly, creating a delicate foam upon the surface. The sound is surprisingly gentle, a soft brushing rhythm, like a small broom sweeping away invisible worries. Soon the bowl is ready. It is offered respectfully, received respectfully, admired briefly, then tasted. The merchant closes his eyes after the first sip, not dramatically, not to impress anyone, simply because it tastes good. Very good. The warmth spreads through his hands and chest. The bitterness arrives first, then sweetness follows. The flavors unfold gradually, like a conversation between old friends. The bowl passes among the guests. The room grows even more relaxed. Outside, the rain continues. Inside, stories begin to emerge. The physician speaks of a farmer who recently arrived convinced he had developed a rare illness. After careful examination, the physician discovered the true problem. The farmer had spent 3 days wearing his son's spectacles by mistake. The room fills with quiet laughter. The merchant shares a story about a shipment of rice that somehow arrived accompanied by 3 extremely determined ducks. No one ever discovered where the ducks came from. The ducks themselves declined to explain. The calligrapher claims they probably considered the rice shipment their personal property. This theory seems entirely plausible. Ducks, after all, possess a confidence that often exceeds their qualifications. More laughter follows. The rain outside softens. Its steady rhythm becomes lighter, gentler. Individual droplets can once again be heard striking leaves. Haru listens while preparing another bowl. He enjoys these moments, the simple exchange of stories. Nothing monumental, no great historical events, no matters of state, just ordinary lives unfolding. A repaired fence, a successful harvest, a stubborn duck, a misplaced pair of spectacles. These small things form the texture of life, the details that often disappear from history books. Yet they are the details people remember most fondly. The lantern glows warmly beside the alcove. The single camellia remains fresh and luminous. Its white petals seem almost to float within the dim room. The physician notices it and nods appreciatively. Beautiful. Haru follows his gaze. It opened this morning. Then it chose a good evening. It has excellent timing. The flower receives a brief moment of admiration, deservedly so. Flowers rarely seek attention. When they receive it, one feels they have earned the privilege. The evening continues. More tea, more conversation. Long stretches of comfortable quiet. The guests occasionally watch the rain through the paper screens. Shadows of bamboo leaves move softly beyond them. The garden appears almost dreamlike. The lantern reflections shimmer on wet stone. Tiny streams of water wind between patches of moss. The entire landscape seems to glow from within. At one point, the merchant remarks that the garden appears larger at night than during the day. Haru nods. I think darkness leaves room for imagination. The calligrapher smiles. Then, perhaps daylight leaves room for certainty. Which do you prefer? Asks the physician. The calligrapher considers. Tonight, imagination. No one disagrees. The charcoal settles softly in the hearth. A faint crackle breaks the silence. Fresh water is added to the kettle. Steam curls upward in delicate ribbons. The tea house feels suspended outside ordinary time. The city continues beyond the walls, of course. Families sleep. Night watchmen make their rounds. Bakers prepare for dawn. Yet here, within the shelter of the rain garden, the hours seem to move differently. Slower, gentler, more attentive. The conversation gradually fades into thoughtful quiet once more. No one feels compelled to fill the silence. The silence is already full of rain, full of warmth, full of tea, full of the simple comfort that comes from sharing an evening with kind people. Beyond the paper screens, the clouds begin to thin. A pale glow appears between drifting branches. The moon is returning. Its silver light gradually joins the lantern's golden glow, transforming the rain-washed garden into something almost luminous. The guests notice it one by one. The physician first, then the merchant, then the calligrapher, and finally Haru himself, who sets down the tea whisk and turns toward the garden, where moonlight is beginning to gather upon the wet stones, revealing a sight that has inspired tea masters, poets, and quiet dreamers for generations. The moon emerges slowly from behind the drifting clouds, as though it, too, has decided to join the gathering. No one in the tea room speaks for a moment. There is simply the garden. The rain-washed stones gleam softly beneath silver light. Tiny pools of water reflect fragments of the sky. Bamboo leaves sway gently in the night breeze, scattering droplets that flash briefly before disappearing into the darkness below. The transformation is subtle. Nothing dramatic has changed. The same stones remain where they were. The same trees stand quietly in place. The same lantern glows beside the path. And yet everything feels different. Moonlight has a way of revealing familiar things anew. The garden seems deeper now, more mysterious. Not because it hides secrets, but because it invites careful attention. Haru rises slowly and slides open part of the paper screen. Cool night air enters the room. The scent arrives immediately. Wet earth, fresh moss, rain-soaked cedar, the faint sweetness of blooming camellias. The fragrance feels almost tangible, as though the garden itself has stepped closer to listen. The guests breathe it in. The merchant smiles. I believe the rain improved the garden. Haru considers this. Perhaps. The calligrapher shakes his head gently. I think the garden improved the rain. This observation earns several quiet laughs. The physician nods thoughtfully. That seems fair. The rain appears quite content here. Outside, a drop of water falls from a maple leaf and lands in a shallow stone basin with a delicate plink. The sound echoes softly through the stillness. One drop, then another. The rain has nearly ended, but the garden continues remembering it. Water lingers on branches. It gathers on leaves. It slides slowly across smooth stones. Every surface carries a trace of the passing shower, much like memory itself. The kettle continues its gentle song over the charcoal. Steam rises in pale ribbons. The room feels wonderfully balanced now. Warmth inside, coolness outside, lantern light, moonlight. Conversation, silence. Everything existing together without competing. This, Haru reflects, is one of the quiet lessons tea teaches. Balance is rarely found by eliminating things. More often it is found by allowing them to coexist. Rain and moonlight, work and rest, solitude and companionship. The physician and the ducks from the rice shipment. Though admittedly, some balances are more challenging than others. The merchant chuckles at the memory. Those ducks are probably sleeping better than I am. Most ducks seem surprisingly confident, says the calligrapher. They wake each morning completely certain they understand the world. An admirable quality, Haru replies, though I suspect it helps to be a duck. The room fills with another round of gentle laughter. Outside, a cloud drifts past the moon. Shadows shift across the garden. The stone lantern near the path glows brighter for a moment, before the moonlight returns once more. The effect is beautiful, almost theatrical, as if nature occasionally enjoys arranging its own performances. The guests settle into a longer silence. No one feels the need to speak. The evening has reached that comfortable stage where words become optional. The best gatherings often do. People sometimes imagine companionship is measured by conversation. Haru has never believed that. True companionship can also be measured by peaceful silence, by the ability to sit together without needing to entertain one another, by the simple comfort of shared presence. The physician watches the moonlit garden. The merchant warms his hands around a tea bowl. The calligrapher studies the shadows of bamboo leaves upon the floor, and Haru quietly tends the kettle. The hours drift onward. Somewhere beyond the garden walls, Kyoto sleeps. The great city rests beneath moonlit clouds. Temple roofs shine faintly in the distance. Narrow streets lie empty and quiet. Wooden bridges cross dark streams. Night watchmen continue their patient rounds. Far away, a dog barks once. Then silence returns. The city breathes softly beneath the night sky. Haru has lived in Kyoto his entire life. He knows every season of it. The brilliant maples of autumn, the delicate blossoms of spring, the heavy green warmth of summer, the clear cold mornings of winter. Yet evenings like this remain his favorite. Rain followed by moonlight, good tea, good company, nothing extraordinary, and somehow everything one could wish for. His gaze drifts toward the garden path. The stones glisten where countless visitors have walked over the years, students, travelers, monks, merchants, artists, friends, strangers who arrived as strangers and left feeling slightly less so. Each person carried away a memory, not always of the tea itself. Sometimes it was the sound of rain, sometimes a conversation, sometimes the shape of a flower in the alcove, or the reflection of moonlight on wet stone. Small moments, simple moments. Yet often those are the moments that stay with us longest. History, Haru thinks, is built from such moments. Not only from emperors and battles, not only from grand ceremonies and important decisions, but also from evenings like this. A handful of people gathered around a kettle, listening to rain, sharing stories, watching the moon rise above a quiet garden. The sort of evening that never appears in official records, yet somehow becomes part of the life of a city all the same. The charcoal burns lower. The final bowls of tea are prepared. The guests know the gathering is gradually drawing to a close. No announcement is necessary. The room seems to understand it naturally. The merchant takes one last sip and sets down his bowl. The calligrapher admires the camellia once more. The physician listens to the final notes of the kettle's song. The night feels complete. At last, the guests rise. There are bows, words of thanks, expressions of appreciation. Nothing elaborate, simply sincere. Haru accompanies them to the entrance. The air outside is cool and fresh. The rain has fully passed. Moonlight rests across the garden like silver silk. One by one, the guests follow the winding stone path toward the gate. Their figures gradually disappear into the quiet streets of Kyoto. Soon Haru stands alone, or nearly alone. The garden remains, the moon remains, the gentle sounds of water remain. He lingers for a moment beside the stone basin. A single droplet falls from a bamboo leaf, then another. The garden settles into stillness, the kind of stillness that feels alive rather than empty. Finally, Haru returns to the tea house. He tidies the utensils, cleans the bowls, arranges everything in its proper place. The familiar routine brings its own quiet satisfaction. The kettle is removed from the fire. The charcoal is allowed to rest. The lantern flame is lowered. Soon only moonlight remains, soft and pale across the tatami mats. The tea house grows silent. Outside, the rain garden glimmers beneath the night sky. The moss, the stones, the lanterns, the bamboo, all resting peacefully after their evening performance. And as Kyoto sleeps beneath drifting clouds and silver moonlight, the little tea house settles into its own gentle quiet, holding the memory of warm bowls, soft laughter, and rain upon the leaves. The garden keeps watch through the night, patient and serene, while the moon drifts slowly overhead, and the city dreams on, wrapped in cool air, distant temple bells, and the timeless comfort of another peaceful evening, now complete. Moving on to the clockmaker of Fleet Street's workshop. In a narrow workshop tucked between the bookshops and coffee houses of London's Fleet Street, a clockmaker tends to the quiet heartbeat of time itself, while rain glistens on the cobblestones beyond his window. The evening has settled gently over the city. A fine mist hangs in the air, softening the edges of buildings and turning the gas lamps into glowing halos of amber light. The day's bustle is beginning to fade. Carriages still rumble occasionally along the street, but less frequently now. The printers have nearly finished their work. Clerks are heading home. Lawyers are finally closing their ledgers after long hours spent untangling other people's problems. Fleet Street is growing quieter. Not silent, of course. London never truly becomes silent, even at its calmest. The city hums softly to itself. A distant carriage wheel rattles over stone. A horse snorts somewhere in the fog. A chimney releases a faint crackle of sparks into the night. The city breathes steadily, like a great sleeping animal. And above those sounds, within a small brick workshop, nestled between two taller buildings, another sound quietly fills the room. Tick, tick, tick. Hundreds of them, large clocks, small clocks, mantel clocks, pocket watches, long case clocks standing proudly against the walls, all ticking together in gentle, overlapping rhythms. The sound should be chaotic, yet somehow it is not. The workshop feels less like a room full of clocks and more like a room full of tiny musicians who have agreed, with remarkable professionalism, to perform the same piece at slightly different tempos. The master of this peculiar orchestra is Mr. Edwin Fletcher. He sits at a broad wooden workbench near the window. A brass lamp casts warm golden light across the polished surface. Tiny tools are arranged neatly before him. Files, tweezers, oil bottles, magnifying lenses, miniature screwdrivers, and delicate brushes each occupy their designated places. Order matters in clockmaking. When a screw is smaller than a grain of rice, losing it becomes a memorable event, usually memorable for all the wrong reasons. Mr. Fletcher knows this from experience. Many years ago, he spent nearly 2 hours searching for a missing component, only to discover it attached to his sleeve. The component had apparently decided to travel. Since then, he has maintained a healthy respect for tiny objects. The clockmaker leans forward. His silver spectacles rest low upon his nose. In his hands is a pocket watch no larger than a teacup saucer. Its brass case gleams softly beneath the lamplight. Inside, dozens of tiny gears wait patiently for his attention. The watch belongs to a barrister from a nearby office, a reliable customer, a pleasant man, though somewhat impatient. He has returned 3 times this week to ask whether the repair is finished. Mr. Fletcher finds this mildly amusing. A man whose profession involves lengthy legal proceedings has remarkably little patience when waiting for a watch. Humans are wonderfully inconsistent creatures. He adjusts a gear with careful precision. The mechanism responds immediately. Tick, the watch springs to life. A tiny sound, barely audible amid the workshop's larger chorus, yet deeply satisfying. Mr. Fletcher smiles. There are few pleasures quite equal to repairing something successfully, especially something delicate, especially something old, and especially when it begins working again without launching a spring across the room. Clock springs possess a mischievous streak. No clockmaker has ever fully trusted them. Outside, the rain begins again. Light droplets tap against the workshop window. The glass blurs slightly. Fleet Street becomes a watercolor painting of reflected lanterns and dark umbrellas. The scene feels cozy from within. A cast iron stove glows in the corner. Its warmth fills the room. The scent of coal mingles with polished wood, machine oil, and old brass. It is a peculiar fragrance. Not unpleasant, simply distinctive. The unmistakable smell of a workshop where skilled hands have spent decades repairing complicated things. Mr. Fletcher has worked here for nearly 40 years. Long enough to watch apprentices become masters. Long enough to repair watches he originally repaired 20 years earlier. Long enough to know many of his customers by the sound of their footsteps outside. Fleet Street has changed during those years. New buildings have appeared. Old businesses have vanished. Fashion has evolved. Technology has advanced. Yet clocks remain stubbornly devoted to their purpose. A clock from 50 years ago still wishes to do exactly what a new clock wishes to do: keep time, steadily, reliably, without unnecessary drama. A philosophy Mr. Fletcher greatly admires. He reaches for a small oil bottle. One drop, then another. Nothing more. Too much oil creates problems. Too little creates problems. Clockmaking, like tea, gardening, and sensible conversation, often depends upon moderation. The rain intensifies briefly. Water runs along the window pane in thin silver lines. Beyond the glass, A newspaper boy hurries past, carrying a stack of evening editions beneath his coat. A few pedestrians navigate the wet pavement. A lamplighter appears farther down the street, moving from lamp to lamp. His pole rises and falls with practiced rhythm. One flame, then another, then another. Each lamp brightens the misty evening. Mr. Fletcher watches for a moment before returning to his work. The watch now ticks confidently. Satisfied, he places it on a velvet cloth beside several completed repairs. The cloth itself is worn smooth in places. Thousands of watches have rested there over the years. Thousands of tiny journeys temporarily interrupted and then restored. He often wonders about the lives attached to the objects he repairs. A pocket watch travels everywhere with its owner. It attends weddings, business meetings, train journeys, family dinners, funerals, celebrations, ordinary Tuesdays. The watch witnesses everything, quietly, faithfully, never offering opinions, probably for the best. Imagine how exhausting it would be if watches developed strong views about scheduling. The workshop clock above the door chimes softly. 9 o'clock. The sound rolls through the room. Several other clocks seem eager to contribute their own interpretations of the hour. Some chime immediately, others wait a few seconds. One appears determined to be fashionably late. Mr. Fletcher listens with patient amusement. Even perfectly maintained clocks occasionally disagree. Not dramatically, only by a second or two. Enough to remind everyone that perfection remains an aspiration rather than a destination. The fire crackles softly. The rain continues. The workshop grows warmer, more peaceful. The city beyond the window gradually settles into its nighttime rhythm. Mr. Fletcher rises from his chair and stretches carefully. His joints offer a few observations regarding his age. Nothing unexpected. Years spent leaning over workbenches leave their mark. Still, he cannot complain. His hands remain steady. His eyesight remains surprisingly reliable. And most importantly, he still enjoys the work. That matters. He crosses the room toward a tall, long-case clock standing against the far wall. The clock is magnificent. Dark oak, polished brass, elegant craftsmanship. Its face reflects the lamplight beautifully. Yet tonight it has a problem. A subtle one. The pendulum is losing time, only a little. But a little is enough for a clockmaker. A small error is simply a larger error that has not had sufficient opportunity to grow. Mr. Fletcher opens the case. The pendulum swings steadily before him, back and forth, like a slow, patient conversation. He studies the mechanism closely. Outside, the rain continues to whisper against the glass. Inside, hundreds of clocks keep up their endless chorus. And as he examines the old long-case clock beneath the warm glow of the lamp, Mr. Fletcher begins to suspect that its problem may be connected to a curious visitor who arrived earlier that afternoon carrying an unusual timepiece, unlike any he has seen in many years. Mr. Fletcher rests one hand lightly against the polished oak case and studies the pendulum for another moment. Back and forth, back and forth. The brass disc catches the lamplight with every swing. The motion is soothing to watch. Perhaps that is one reason people trust clocks so readily. A pendulum seems wonderfully confident. It never appears uncertain, never pauses to reconsider its choices, never spends 20 minutes wondering whether it ought to have gone slightly farther to the left. It simply continues, steadily, faithfully. The clockmaker makes a small adjustment and listens. The rhythm improves immediately, a subtle correction, nothing dramatic. The best repairs often feel that way. Quiet improvements rather than grand transformations. Satisfied, he closes the case and returns to his workbench. The unusual timepiece waits there, It arrived shortly after noon in the hands of a gentleman whose appearance suggested equal parts traveler, scholar, and absent-minded professor. The sort of man who might accidentally leave a valuable watch in a teacup and spend an hour searching for it while holding the teacup, not foolish, merely occupied by larger thoughts. Mr. Fletcher knows the type. London contains many of them. The visitor had introduced himself as Mr. Ashcroft and carefully produced a small wooden box wrapped in a woolen scarf. The box now rests on the workbench. Its brass latch gleams softly beneath the lamp. Mr. Fletcher opens it once more. Inside lies the remarkable timepiece. Not a pocket watch, not a mantel clock, not quite either. The mechanism is housed within a circular brass frame, beautifully engraved with tiny stars, crescent moons, and delicate compass markings. Its face contains several dials, far more than necessary. Most clocks are perfectly content with hours and minutes. This one appears determined to monitor half the universe. A small dial tracks lunar phases. Another measures tides. A third indicates the day of the month. A fourth appears devoted entirely to astronomical calculations. Mr. Fletcher had spent much of the afternoon examining it with growing admiration. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. Tiny gears mesh with astonishing precision. Every component reflects countless hours of skilled labor. Whoever built it possessed immense patience and probably excellent eyesight. The clockmaker suspects both qualities are related. He lifts the instrument carefully. The brass feels cool beneath his fingertips. The mechanism emits a faint ticking sound, not quite regular, not quite irregular either, almost as though it is thinking. A ridiculous notion, of course. Clocks do not think. If they did, many would likely spend their days complaining about being ruined. Still, there is something fascinating about this one. He places it beneath a magnifying lens. The workshop around him fades into soft blurs, while the intricate gears come into sharp focus. Tiny teeth engage one another. Springs store energy. Wheels turn patiently. Each component performs a specific task. Together, they create something greater than the sum of their parts. A lesson that applies equally well to clocks and cities. Outside, Fleet Street continues settling into the evening. The rain begins to ease. The window pane glistens beneath the gas lamps. A carriage passes slowly through the wet street. Its wheels send ripples through shallow puddles. The sound arrives muffled through the glass. Comfortably distant, the workshop remains warm. The stove radiates steady heat. Coal crackles softly. The smell of brass and polished wood fills the air. A kettle sits atop the stove, releasing occasional wisps of steam. Mr. Fletcher eventually pours himself a cup of tea. Strong tea, the sort capable of waking a person 3 streets away. He carries it back to the bench and resumes his examination. The tea warms his hands. The timepiece occupies his thoughts. The combination suits the evening perfectly. He notices something interesting. One gear near the center appears slightly worn. Not damaged, simply tired. Like an old clerk after a particularly long week. The teeth remain functional, but only just. There lies the problem, a tiny imperfection, almost invisible, yet sufficient to disrupt the entire mechanism. Such things happen often. People tend to imagine that great failures arrive dramatically. In truth, many begin quietly. One loose screw, one worn gear, one forgotten roof tile, one unattended leak. Life frequently hinges upon small details. Fortunately, so do solutions. Mr. Fletcher selects a tiny tool and begins carefully removing the component. The work demands complete attention. His hands move with practiced confidence. Years dissolve. The motions feel exactly as they did decades ago, when he first learned the craft. The tools settle naturally into his fingers. The gears respond predictably. The workshop becomes a world unto itself. Time passes unnoticed while he works upon instruments designed to measure it. There is a certain irony in that. Clockmakers often lose track of time. Gardeners forget seasons. Librarians forget dates. Bakers forget meals. Perhaps people become most oblivious to the very thing they love most. The clock above the door chimes another quarter hour. Several neighboring clocks immediately offer their own opinions. A lively discussion follows. One clock insists the moment arrived slightly earlier. Another appears convinced it arrived later. Mr. Fletcher listens with amusement. He has never bothered forcing complete agreement among them. Absolute perfection creates a strangely lonely room. A little variation adds character. Much like people. His gaze drifts toward the shelves lining the workshop walls. Dozens of clocks rest there, each awaiting collection, each belonging to someone. A merchant, a teacher, a printer, a ship captain, a widow, a doctor. A watchmaker spends much of life caring for the possessions of strangers. Yet over time, those strangers become familiar. Not close friends necessarily, but familiar faces, familiar stories. He remembers the schoolmaster who always arrived exactly 5 minutes early. The bookseller who forgot appointments entirely. The baker who measured his mornings by oven temperatures rather than clocks. The retired sailor who claimed every watch on land ran too fast. At sea, the sailor once explained, "Time has more room, Mr." Fletcher never fully understood the statement. Yet somehow it seemed correct. The kettle whistles softly. He refills his cup. The rain finally stops. Silence settles over Fleet Street for a moment. Then new sounds emerge. Dripping gutters. Distant footsteps. The faint call of a newspaper vendor finishing his route. The city feels freshly washed. Refreshed. The gas lamps shimmer upon wet cobblestones. Their reflections stretch across the street like ribbons of gold. The unusual timepiece remains disassembled before him. Its worn gear rests upon a velvet cloth. The solution becomes clear. A replacement must be crafted. Not purchased, not borrowed, made by hand. Exactly the right size, exactly the right shape. The sort of task Mr. Fletcher secretly enjoys most. Repair is satisfying. Craftsmanship is even better. Creating something from raw material carries its own quiet magic. He opens a small drawer and selects a piece of brass. The metal catches the light beautifully. Tomorrow he will shape it, file it, polish it, fit it into place. The process cannot be rushed, nor should it be. Good work rarely appreciates haste. The workshop grows quieter as the evening deepens. The clocks continue their endless conversation. The fire settles lower within the stove, and while preparing the tiny brass blank that will become a new gear, Mr. Fletcher notices an inscription hidden beneath the mechanism's base plate. A message so small it escaped attention all afternoon, engraved by the original maker many decades earlier and visible only now beneath the warm glow of the Fleet Street lamp. Mr. Fletcher adjusts the lamp slightly and leans closer to the workbench. The hidden inscription is extraordinarily small. So small, in fact, that it seems less written than whispered into the brass. He lifts a magnifying lens. The letters slowly come into focus. Years of dust and careful use have concealed them from casual observation, but now they gleam faintly beneath the warm amber light. The engraving reads as S. Time is measured by clocks, but remembered by moments. The clockmaker sits back in his chair. For a while, he simply looks at the words. Outside, Fleet Street rests beneath a damp and glistening night. Water continues dripping from gutters. A carriage rolls somewhere in the distance, its sound softened by the misty air. The city feels calmer than it did a few hours ago, as though the rain has washed some of the hurry from its streets. Inside the workshop, hundreds of clocks continue their patient ticking. Tick, tick, tick. The familiar rhythm fills every corner of the room. Mr. Fletcher smiles. The inscription feels exactly right, not merely clever. True. After all, the clocks surrounding him spend every day measuring hours, minutes, and seconds. Yet when people recall their lives, they rarely remember time in those terms. Nobody says, "I fondly remember the 14th minute of the 3rd hour on a Tuesday." Instead, they remember the scent of bread baking in a grandmother's kitchen, a walk beside a river, a conversation beside a fire, a rainy evening spent with friends. Moments, always moments. The clocks measure the framework. Life supplies the details. The thought lingers pleasantly as he examines the brass plate once more. The original maker must have known that few people would ever discover the message. Perhaps it was intended only for fellow craftsmen, or perhaps it was simply a private reminder. A small note left behind for whoever might someday open the mechanism. A greeting across the years. Clockmakers have a curious relationship with time. Most professions work within the present. A clockmaker frequently works alongside the past. The watch on the bench may be older than its owner. The clock on the wall may have measured 3 generations. Every repair becomes a conversation between craftsmen separated by decades, sometimes centuries. Mr. Fletcher finds that comforting. He carefully sets aside the engraved plate and reaches for the piece of brass he selected earlier. The replacement gear will need to be made before the timepiece can function properly again. Fortunately, the knight remains young by his standards. A clockmaker's definition of young tends to become surprisingly flexible over the years. The stove glows warmly. The tea remains hot. The workshop is peaceful. There is no reason not to continue. He secures the brass in a small vise and begins filing. The sound is soft and steady, metal against metal. A gentle scraping rhythm. Tiny curls of brass gather upon the workbench. Golden shavings catch the lamplight like scattered flecks of sunlight. The process is slow, deliberately slow. Machines exist that could perform the task more quickly, but they would miss something important. A craftsman's touch leaves subtle traces, minute adjustments, tiny decisions, details too small to notice directly, yet somehow present in the finished work. Mr. Fletcher enjoys those details. The brass gradually takes shape. A circle emerges. Then teeth, one by one, each carefully measured, each carefully filed. Outside, the mist begins to thin. The clouds drift apart overhead. Moonlight appears between rooftops. Its pale glow mixes with the gas lamps below. Fleet Street acquires an entirely different character beneath moonlight. The shop fronts seem gentler. The cobblestones gleam softly. The city appears less concerned with business and more interested in dreams. A newspaper page abandoned earlier in the evening skitters lightly along the pavement. A cat emerges from an alleyway. The cat pauses, examines the world with great seriousness, then decides it approves. Cats often behave as though they personally supervise the city after dark. Perhaps they do. Nobody has ever successfully proven otherwise. Mr. Fletcher chuckles quietly to himself. The gear nears completion. He tests it against the original. Perfect, or close enough that only another clockmaker would notice the difference. And clockmakers, he suspects, are generally too polite to mention such things. Most of the time, he polishes the new component until it gleams. Then comes the satisfying part. Installation. The gear settles neatly into place. The surrounding mechanism welcomes it immediately. Everything aligns, everything fits. The clockmaker begins reassembling the intricate device. Springs, wheels, levers, tiny pieces returning to their proper positions. The work requires concentration, but not strain. His hands know the process well. Years of experience guide them. The clocks around the room continue their endless chorus. The fire crackles softly. The workshop feels wonderfully alive. Not bustling, not busy. Simply alive in the quiet way of places devoted to careful work. At last the final screw is tightened. Mr. Fletcher wins the mechanism. One turn, then another. The spring gathers energy. The gears engage. The balance wheel begins its delicate oscillation. And then, tick, 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 perfectly steady. The unusual timepiece awakens. The lunar dial advances smoothly. The calendar wheel turns correctly. The astronomical indicators resume their patient calculations. Every component moves as intended. The clockmaker listens closely. The sound blends beautifully with the surrounding workshop, another voice joining the choir. He allows himself a moment of satisfaction, not pride exactly, something quieter. The contentment that comes from work completed well. The timepiece now has many more years ahead of it. Perhaps many decades. It will travel. It will be carried. It will witness countless ordinary moments. And somewhere inside, hidden beneath the brass plate, the inscription will remain waiting for another curious craftsman to discover it someday. The workshop clock above the door begins striking midnight. One clear note follows another. Several neighboring clocks contribute their own versions. The room fills with overlapping chimes, a gentle celebration of the hour. When the final note fades, silence settles briefly before the familiar ticking resumes. Midnight. The city sleeps more deeply now. Fleet Street is nearly empty. Only a few windows remain illuminated. A watchman passes outside. His footsteps echo softly across the cobblestones, then disappear into the night. Mr. Fletcher rises from his chair. The evening's work is finished. He places the repaired timepiece inside its wooden box. The brass glimmers faintly beneath the lamp. Tomorrow, Mr. Ashcroft will return. He will collect it. Perhaps he will share its history. Perhaps he will not. Either way, the clockmaker will be pleased to see it continue its journey. He tidies the workbench. Tools return to their proper places. Files are arranged neatly. The magnifying lens is stored away. The velvet cloth is folded. These final routines feel as satisfying as the repair itself. A good workshop, like a good clock, appreciates order. Finally, he lowers the flame of the lamp. The room darkens gradually. Moonlight now falls through the window, casting pale silver shapes across the floorboards. The clocks continue ticking, steady, faithful, untroubled by the late hour. Mr. Fletcher pauses at the doorway and glances back one final time. The workshop seems almost magical in the moonlight, rows of clocks keeping watch, brass faces glinting softly, pendulums swinging gently in the shadows, the quiet heartbeat of time filling the room. Then he smiles, closes the door behind him, and leaves the clocks to their work. And so, beneath the sleeping rooftops of London, while Fleet Street rests beneath moonlit mist, and the last raindrops fade from the cobblestones, the workshop keeps its patient vigil through the night. The clocks continue measuring the hours, the pendulums continue their graceful dance, and somewhere beyond the city, tomorrow slowly approaches. But for now, all is calm, all is warm, and all is well, as the steady ticking drifts softly onward into the peaceful silence of another night. And that, my dear friends, is where we will end tonight's story. Good night.
you.